Do 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 do. All right. Test, test, test. All right. Or I didn't. I guess I'm doing the same thing. Okay. All right. Let's get this guy building. Oh, oh! Forgot to start my terminal. Space log. Tmux. CD cmd build. Tail.f. Client.log. cmd build. Tail.f. Proxy.log. I have like I need to make one like log file thing that I stream. Just to know, it's nice to have it all in different spots. And then we want to do make watch. CD ace air. All right, cool. And I think that's all I need. Do 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 do. Oh, we need music too. Interesting. It thinks that this is the camera area. Let's see, Spotify. Hold on a second. What is that? Oh, open widget. Oh, it's just that. Okay. Particles are never deleting? Oh, no, they are deleting. It's just spawning a bunch. That's fine then. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to do, okay. I need to remove this Easter event thing. All right, that's good. Tutorial dungeon. Oh, let's just log out so we can just hop straight to the tutorial every time. I feel like I need more in the background. I might do some like repeated background thing, which I guess we could work on. I'm just not sure exactly. It might be nice in general to have that ability. So we could work on building that. Man, the screen tearing is pretty bad. In full screen. What's up, Michael? How's it going? Ooh. I don't know how I would have screen tearing with VSync. Snag some coffee, starting the day. Nice. I just got my first cup. Screen tearing when in full screen Linux. If you have multiple monitors with different refresh rates, I have two monitors that are the same. I assume they're. It could just be a Linux thing though, for me. Because I don't play games on this, so it's like I'm not really sure. I know there's a compositor setting. Display. They're both 60 hertz, I guess. So that's good. I'm scared to show my system settings. I don't know what's in here. I kind of want to like Google compositor, or not. Sorry, not Google. I mean, I want to do like compositor. Okay, maybe it was KDE that had compositor settings. Maybe in GNOME there's not. I'll just assume it's. Let's just assume it's this. Today I am gonna keep working on the tutorial. which I think is off to a good start. I got this like depth effect working with the parallax particle effects. So I'm pretty happy with that part. I might try to abstract the particle system though to its own little package though, which I kind of did, but I might continue to do that. But yeah, this would be like the first startup room. I was just running and I saw a bunch of screen tearing, but I think it's just a Linux bug. I don't think it's a, like, I think it's a Linux setting, not a bad GLFW config or anything like that. I might go full in with the particle system stuff though, and just make a bunch more particle systems for a bunch of other dungeons though. Just to make sure that it hits like the whole range of what I need. Let's try to do a rain one. Let's try to do a rain effect. And see if we can get that to work. Auto com prefab town. So we'll make one that is going to be particle rain. It's weird because you might make this something that's like more configurable, you know, like I might like set some of these values. We'll see. I don't know if I made a new git, but we'll just do one. I think I don't do parallax. This could probably be less. My meetings start very early today. Oh no. That's the developer life. Actually, my last job that was I think our very first meeting was always super late. Which I liked because I wake up pretty early, so it's nice to like get in and like do a bunch of stuff and then have your first meeting. Start. Yeah, end. Okay, at least we have a prefab for it though. So let's what's up, Vegas Eagle? Let's go. We're saying that's at 11. You have stuff before that. Yeah, our stand-up was always our first meeting usually. Particle element LP. Particle rain. I know. Now my stream is my daily stand-up, and I tell you guys what I did. Yesterday did I stream yesterday? No, I think I just made a video, right? I don't think I streamed yesterday. I can't remember. I didn't do all that much other than work on videos. I actually made 2 videos. One for the one I did, and then the one I published, and then one for next week. I'm gonna try to do a video a week. That's what I want to. That's what I want to get to. But I think I might need to make shorter, less rambly videos, which is whatever, I guess. But oops, I didn't mean to hit exit. I don't know why it would go to that one, but okay. Let me do this and this and this. Also, I just realized uBlock Origin, like the manifest v3 thing in Chromium's completely blocked now, so uBlock Origin doesn't work anymore. So now there's this like other one that's uBlock Lite or whatever. Sad. Until they get us to watch their ads. Oh yeah, rain. The layer is certainly wrong. We'll go to atmosphere. At the atmosphere layer. What's the one I use for teleport particles? Or no, it's in fx.go. This one. Okay, we'll do that. Weekly upload schedule sounds like you need to hire a staff level Golang engineer so you can focus on video editing. Oof, video editing is my least favorite thing. It sounds like it though. I know the right man for the job. As long as you accept cat memes as payment, because that's all I got. I also accept cats. Wait, how does this work? Rect negative 100 by 100. Oh, I think this updates this one. Every single frame. I'm pretty sure that's how I did it. Yeah, I set the rect positioner. I'm gonna change this to always use non-pointer version. I love that. I love when that happens. Like the code you wrote. How does this work again? Oh yeah. It's hard to remember. One thing I wish I did a better job of is instead of like getting something to work, I wish I maybe got it to work and then abstracted it correctly. Maybe not correctly, but like at least took a shot at putting it into a package somewhere. Because my build times have gotten really bad just because they all hinge on one package that has like everything in it. And I guess what I've learned is that I think when you have large packages, it just ends up being a really big API surface, and then that causes the Go compiler to slow down a lot. That's what I understand from what I've been researching, but yeah, I'm trying to do it like kind of slowly here and there. I've done it a little bit. I kind of have this structure now where I have a core package for my core simulations stuff. As you can tell, I still have a lot of... Man, Emacs kills me sometimes, I swear. Okay. I still have a lot of like files in here. This is my main package. But then I'm starting to throw stuff into like a package folder that has like things that aren't really game dependent. And then one that's, where is it? It's called com. I think it's at the top. Yeah, com. I'm trying to put like more game specific, like common packages. So it's getting better. It's just, there's a lot of dependency loops in games in general. So it kind of takes a little bit of time. Oh, we can do the other build target too. So we don't have to build the, we don't have to compile the, what's it called? The WebAssembly target as well. I'm also gonna do windowed mode just so it's easier. It's really, there's less, when I'm in windowed mode, I don't have the screen tearing, but whatever. All right. It's also using the wrong, well, hold on. All right, let's go to town, prefab town. Yeah, if you look at the, you can do a build trace to see what takes a while, and like everything locks up when I build that main package for like 5 seconds, and then everything builds after that. And every single one of the ones after that takes like 5 seconds. It's just like ridiculous. I wonder if I have one. I can show you if you're interested. Perfetto. Hold on, let's do this. File. Do. Trace? Where are you? Oh, it's in CMD build, that's right. I don't know what build this is. Okay, this one's just from like one tail package that needed to be built. So it's actually a pretty short build, but yeah, I guess I can't really show it. But anyways, what would normally happen is there would be like one, and there'd be a bunch of stuff after it. And this is like the main package being built, like one long one. There's like a bunch of packages, the main one, and then like a bunch more packages. Like it couldn't parallelize it. Optimizing for the compiler is a problem I enjoy solving. Yeah, I'm surprised because I feel like my package isn't that big. It's like 20,000 lines. Which really, like, I don't know, like I just think about that and I feel like it's not like massive enough that I feel like it should be something that I have to worry about. But here I am worrying about it. I just realized my YouTube stream was set to unlisted. So, oops. How do I make it so it always does public? Are these not going to the playlist? Sorry. Yeah, visibility public. There must be some like setting I need to set so it always goes public when I start streaming. Have you looked into compiler flags at all? What's up, Dracula? Yeah, I have looked into some of them. I know there's some ways you can reduce the you can remove the linking stage and stuff like that, and those take quite a bit of time to link everything together. And you can reduce those just to check to make sure things build, but not actually build the target. And I don't really do stuff like that, but I think I have most of the flags set to what I need them to be. One other downside is I just have a bunch of things that I have to build, so. Like there's just a lot of binaries that get built. Like I probably build, every single time I test, I probably build like 5 binaries, so. We can reduce it to 4 by doing this. Test Linux. Okay, let's tweak this particle system now. We want velocity to be, I mean, this is where it's going to be, let's open our Excalidraw. We're trying to do a rain particle effect. So this is where it'll be something like, I want to spawn a particle. It is weird though, because I don't think I want to spawn them on screen, but we'll play around with that. I might have to change it so it like spawns them up here or something. But anyways, I think we want a velocity that's like this or like this, but it's got to all go in the same direction, you know? So let's, a lot down and a little bit to the right. Let's do like 2 and then we'll do like 10. And acceleration, we'll just have a downward acceleration. Maybe we'll just leave the acceleration 0. And then for rotation, I think we want it to rotate with velocity. I'm not really sure how I would do that. I also don't want angular velocity. What happens if these are blank? Does this, yeah, only if it's not nil. Okay, so we can just not add angular velocity then. I might be able to do the same thing with acceleration, I'm not sure. Rotation, I'm just gonna remove it as well. Yeah, I think color and size though, I don't think we changed those at all. I kind of wish Go had a like a debug mode that like built faster or something. I guess it's not that big of a deal, but the main trouble I have is just oops, I went the wrong way for the velocity. Let's go negative. Negative 10. It's raining upwards. Also, that's not fast enough. Let's do like 40. We'll double it twice. I have a component that I can add to entities that lets them, that sets their angle based off of their velocity. This thing's so, there's so many like, these just have the timeout, I think. I'm just gonna leave and rejoin. Let's I'm trying to think of how this works though. If I spawn up here and you run towards it, then I guess it works. But if you run away from it, then it's like you're constantly running out of the rain, you know? Let's add a no. None of that. We'll double this. So we'll just go straight down. What's up, DK? Morning. How you doing today? I'm just leave and rejoin. Let's see how long it takes to go from the top to the bottom. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. It's like 5. How many frames is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe 4 frames or 5 frames. Doesn't seem like they're going that much faster. $200. We'll make them last 5 seconds. And I think the rate at which we rain particles needs to be a lot higher. So we'll do like we'll just do 1 frame. Just learning more about art and animations. Nice. Yeah, there's definitely a there's a lot of like little tricks that you can do to make stuff look much better. But it's hard to know what the trick is until you like see someone else do it and then you're like, oh, like that's how they did that effect or whatever. See, it looks weird when they spawn in it looks like rain though. One thing though is I'd rather them spawn at the top edge and terminate at the bottom edge. I'm doing good. Also, the colors of these little squares isn't super good. So we need a few things. We need to add a side angle movement. Well, hold on. No, let's do the terminate thing though first. I think I need to I think I only want to spawn above the screen. I think I don't want to spawn in the screen. It's not terrible. It's just you see, like, notice them. Like, it blends in, but it's weird to see things just like randomly pop up, I feel like. But I think if I spawn up here, it'll always be okay. You know, a bunch of progress since I first joined your streams. Yeah, things have come along quite a long way. If they blend in, it could look interesting. Yeah, I definitely need to add some color to them as well. We're like just building this though. We could do color first though. I think What's up, Aetherpix? How's it going? I think what I'll do for color is can I just set the color? Do I have a way to do that? Like if I don't want to interpolate the color, I think I can just set it. Yeah, oh no, this is color builder. I guess we'll just do a color interpolation, but a linear. I'm just gonna use the same color. Or hold on, do we have start offset? Would Alpha Blend be cheating with the visual style? No, it wouldn't. I cheat all the time with my pixel art stuff. I even use mixels. We'll do start offset color, start offset color. Then we'll just make the offset 0, which I think is okay. I think I want to do colors dot. Let's just do the lightest blue that we have in our palette. This is this will be blue. I think I do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Colors dot blue 5 dot mult glum dot alpha 0.5 maybe. Let's try this. I could also have it fade in. I could have the colors fade in and then spawn anywhere. Man, the frame rate is atrocious. Oh, something crashed. I'm gonna look at the code and look at the crash here. Oh, this the offset one has to be set. We'll just do this. We'll do start end color. We'll just make them the same. Okay. Wait, what happened? Oh, maybe the thing didn't rebuild in time. Not hot reloaded. Let me just go in this and come back. Why was my frame rate so bad though? I'm just curious. Let me turn VSync off. 100. Yeah, I mean it's definitely a reason. It's a pretty big performance hit. Add these particles. No, maybe not. I mean, like, it's just as much as adding just a bunch of sprites that need to be drawn. 200 to like 150. I'm curious what my yeah, I mean, I guess it's whatever. I need to improve my render performance anyways. Is adding an angle to the raindrops a problem? No, I just need to add it to with the velocity that they're going to be moving at. Like I can give them a side velocity, but I need to make a component, or I need to add a component that sets their angle to the movement velocity. And I don't have that yet, so, but yeah, that's on the list of things to do. But I would like to spawn them all above the screen. So we might need to update this component. So that's instead of padding, I might do a rectangle. This stuff's all good. It's just this one system, I guess. Wait, why do I do camera padding? What does this come from? Emitter.camera padding. Yeah, that's the rectangle. Yeah, so instead of this, let's close this. Instead of this, I might do I might just do emitter.rect. Oh wait, hold on a second. Oh, WS emitter, that's what it is. Which is world space emitter.rect. And it'll just center that rectangle onto the player position. So then instead of this, because this is just do a square, we'll do a rectangle, which gives us just more configurability. So then for the other one, we'll do a glm.cr, which is a centered rect. And then for this one, we'll do this is where it's kind of weird because it's I guess I'm not really sure how high up I need to spawn these. But it needs to be higher than the player can ever see. So we'll do a rectangle. Ooh, it's hard because no, actually I don't think it's that bad. Instead of doing with center, we'll just do moved. And then if it's a centered rectangle, it will be moved with the center to that. That way I can do like offset rectangles. That's really what I need to do. Does the player have a constant movement speed or is it velocity based? Does the player have a constant movement speed or is it velocity based? They have a constant movement speed. Okay, so it'll be negative 30 times log.tile size. This is the minimum X point. So we're kind of trying to build this rectangle. So we'll do like negative 30 tiles on the X direction. And then we'll do right above their range, which will be, I guess, negative 30 in the Y direction too. Or no, sorry. Will be 30, positive 30. All right, and then we have the other corner, which is this one, which will be 30. and then up, we'll just do like 31. So it'll just be a one tile high thing. I think that works. We can obviously stretch that rectangle too, but Dun, dun. Let's see how it looks. All right, that's a lot better. Now they're not spawning in the on screen. This is one concern though, is if you run away from it, you kind of end up seeing where the particles that have spawned are. Because you run faster than the rain, I guess. Thank you, S4KXM, for the follow. Appreciate it. When you walk towards it, though, I think it's okay. Because they're always spawning more when you run with it. I guess it is kind of a little bit... Do I just move faster than the rain? It doesn't look like it. So I don't know why I would be... I don't know why it would be, why I would be running past it. Either I need to make the rain last longer. How would I catch up to the rain though? It's just weird. It's kind of weird when it thins out. And you can thin it out this way too by just running towards it. What do you think about the potion pouch? I'm not sure. I do like the fact that the inventory takes up, or potions take up some of your inventory, so you have to decide between item swaps and then potions. But I might do maybe like a single row for potions as well. Like that looks weird. But you can quick heal with F and it'll just take the first potion out of your inventory. But I am doing a backpack rework, so the backpack will be improved, which I think will solve a lot of the potion issues. Maybe I need a longer, would you consider making it, oh, you're doing back end as well, nice. Would you consider making it pseudo 3D, the rain stops splashing over the ground? Yeah, I would do that. I do want to do that, but I'm just trying to get the, like stuff like this, I don't want to have happen. Where like I'm moving the same speed as the rain, so all of the rain spawns at the same level, and then it dumps all at once. So I think I need to make the, I think I need to make the rain move faster. So that never happens. And that might even just look nicer. Let's do 400. I'm gonna cut this in half. Almost half. I'm more concerned about inventory space. Yeah, I have a backpack rework coming, and that'll have like a backpack will be like an additional inventory that pops up above here that you can use. And I probably will do that. That should fix a lot of the... Because originally the game wasn't very crafting focused, so small inventory wasn't a big deal. Now there's a lot more items and stuff, and you farm a lot more. So now inventory is kind of an important feature, I guess. Yeah, hold on. Just hot reloaded. Yeah, I mean, you can still outrun it. I don't understand how that's possible, though. I guess it's because you're this camera moving this way. Then you have the particle spawner thing right above your camera. But I just don't understand because you'd spawn particles. I guess they would group more tightly. But these should be moving much faster than... Oh, I think I understand it now. I think what it is they end up outrunning the duration that the particle lives. So like if you're at this point, this particle is only going to go this far. So if you're able to make it that far, but then once you're here, shouldn't there be another one that goes this far? That's what I don't understand. I guess it makes sense that it would be thinner, but like this way works because you're always running into the spawner. You have a variable velocity and have them spawn with their base velocity plus the flare velocity. Yeah, that'd make them basically screen space particles. I was kind of trying to go for world space particles. I could just do screen space and just have it like locked to the camera, which is maybe a better way to do rain. Especially if I'm gonna have it move this fast anyways, it's like you're not really you're not really impacted all that much by, or my goal. I feel like what I'm doing is I'm like trying to undo all the player movement anyways. So yeah, maybe screen space particles are just better for this sort of thing. But then if I did snow, like let's say you do snow, I guess you have to make those screen space as well. I feel like this movement is okay. I just don't understand why that happens. Why they all bunch up. Did you ever run splash set at the ground instead of raindrops actual position? It would be a massive performance saver. That's actually true. It might that might just look better. We can try that as well. Just have like random splash, 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 splash. Maybe that combined with like a screen space raindrop thing, like a thin screen space raindrop thing would look pretty good. Why did this happen though? Because I'm running with the particles. I would just expect that every single time I go lower, like I spawn the next layer that would go a little bit further. So I'm not really sure why there's a point at which, I guess if you subtract out your movement. I wonder what happened. Let me just make them a lot longer. Let me make them last like, I'm gonna make them last 20, that's gonna be a lot of particles. I'm gonna make them last 10 seconds. Boom, boom. Let me go over here, or we'll wait for it to hot reload. I think an animated sprite with a couple particles would look better in that sense. Is there a particle limit? I mean, there is one based off of a computer, like they can only render so many sprites at a time. Okay, I finished reloading. Let's go over here. I just want to run down and see if we can reproduce this. I expect it to just live, like because they now live longer, I just can never catch up to it. But I think I am, or I think I could catch up to it over time. I just don't have enough room here now. I think for something like snow though, how it would probably work though is I'll just do like little like wispy things that kind of fade in and fade out. Maybe not. Maybe you would do snow kind of the same way. Maybe I'll just do all of these for screen space. And world space is just for like background particles. Let's try the, let me get my coffee and then, or let me make some coffee. I'll be right back. And then we'll do the other test. All right. Sorry about that. All right, copies brewing. Teleport. Oh, that's weird. It didn't select. I was like, where's the rename button? Particle. Rain. Splat. You could also try extending their lifetime if they haven't reached the bottom of the screen yet, and gradually increase their velocity until the rain outruns the player. Yeah. I probably would do it so that it was what's it called? Like instead of making their lifetime dependent on, like if I did it that way, I'd probably do it based off of like when they hit a specific distance away from the player, they despawn rather than a specific duration. But yeah, that's the right idea, I think. If you wanted particles to just last a long time. Like instead of doing a duration thing, you would just say like, oh, here's the camera, and then anything that's like inside of this range should like live. And if it ever gets outside of that range, it despawns. Then they run up, it despawns down here. If they run down, it despawns up there. They run right, or they run left, it despawns over there. They run right, it despawns over there. Maybe that'd be good enough for a snow particle effect. Then stuff's kind of just spawning wherever outside of the thing, and you just kind of run into it. And if you run far enough away from it, it's like likely that's never going to go back into frame. So, excuse me. So I'm trying to find a like a raindrop splat effect. I hate Googling on stream. Something like this, maybe. Open. Yeah, we just want to go here. Oh, I want to go to this website. So it's just a growing circle that kind of like moves up. That's reasonable. I think we can do that. I'm just gonna do straight white. We'll do this as the first frame. I kind of want to go more this way. The second frame. Then we'll do a split one. That'll be something like this, I think. Because it's going to be hitting a ground that's kind of like coming towards us, I think. So, let's try this. You could maybe have one like coming in as well. The only downside is then you're deciding what the I don't know. We'll try that. All right, so particle rain splat. We'll see how that does. Okay. Oops. I'm gonna just keep this one. This one is the downpour. We'll make the new one. And this one will just be a glm.cr 30 times non-tile size. Like so. I actually don't think I need transform children, because it's not camera parallaxed. Okay. We'll keep the period. We'll keep the rate. The rect positioner doesn't matter because it's going to get overwritten. The duration, though, trying to think of what a good... How long are these? 200? Oh, properties. There we go. Let's do 100. That might not even be fast enough, but we'll see. We'll do 5 seconds. I'm sorry, 500 milliseconds. And then the color is just going to be static. We'll do like a blue, I guess. That's fine. And then we'll do particle rain splat. The layer will have to be different, though. I'm going to put this on the dust layer. That way it's kind of like behind the player a little bit, I think. So it's not splatting on top of them. This is probably going to be too many. So we'll do a rate of 5. They also they don't last as long, so there's just going to be less particles over time. All right, let's try this and see if it works. And while this is building, I'm going to go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Give me one more second. All right, sorry about that. What's up, Jen? How's it going? What's up, Abdelman? How you guys doing today? Oh, I forgot these have a velocity. Let's remove that. Oops. They're basically going to be static now. And I'm going to de-alpha them a little bit. What's up, Roger? Yeah, it's raining. Chillin'? Great. Good. Glad to hear it. You do my username to AetherPixel. I logged into Steam and it's still Terrapixel. Yeah, I mean, it's disconnected from your Steam name. I can try to if I find time. I'll try to do it. But yeah, eventually I'll make a way for people to change their username. But I locked it because I wanted. There's a lot of like people switching names and like tricking people and stuff like that. So I wanted to. Yeah. This is decent. It looks a little bit too blue though, I feel like. Maybe we could desaturate a bit. Let's try that. Make a little bit whiter. It looks like what it would look like if it was on a pond. You know what I mean? Like if it's splashing onto water. I almost don't see the rain in the air, only when it lands. There's no rain in the air, yeah. Do you think that looks bad? I can show you the other one we were messing with. That's a better color for sure. So this is one option where it just splats on the ground. And then there's like torrential downpour. Let me show you. Which this one has some bugs, FYI, but this is what it would look like. Once it switches, of course. It's like a full-fledged raindrop particles coming straight down. And I could add like some angle to them as well or whatever, but we can also mix it a bit too. It's not like like we can add some raindrop streaks, you know? This was the original one we're messing with. It's also weird. You run this way, you can see the edge of the particle system. So there's like little things like that, especially if you go really fast. You like the other way? All right. I think it would be nice to add a few streaks as well, but I'm going to keep that one around just in case I want to use it for like snow or something. The game is lagging for me, probably because of my geolocations. You might try looking at, I don't know what browser you're on, but there is, makes the bitrate considerably worse for streaming video too. Yeah. But for if the game's lagging, it could be networking. If your ping's really high and really inconsistent. But if you're having low FPS, that can also cause it to lag. You could have some like frame drops and stuff like that. And you might try looking at, what's it called? Oh, hardware acceleration. Just Google like how to enable hardware acceleration for whatever browser you're on. And that way the game can use your GPU. Yeah, this looks decent though. Let's see how it looks on water. Boom, boom, boom. One downside is like it rains inside of the building. I guess I could do a tile check, like a tile type check, but it looks really good on water. Rain dropping on the lava. I'm probably not make it rain here in the sphere. This is more for like, I'm just messing around with particle systems today. I like this though. This looks pretty good. I always pixeled the castle as an open courtyard because of the lack of lighting change. Yeah, none of the houses have roofs either. That's what makes weather effects so hard to pull off, because it's there's so many like little detail things where if you miss it, it just ruins your immersion. Like seeing the raindrops land on the carpet is like, wait a second. Wait a second, it's not supposed to do that. Don't we have a roof here? Would be hilarious if they just pull out an umbrella when it rains instead of making roofs. That is true. What I could also do is I could, it just depends on how, like accurate I want it to be. Like what I could do is just mark tiles that are roofed and then like not spawn certain effects on top of them, certain particle effects. This is a pretty simple one. It's basically like, I would just check to see if it collides with some box or something and then not spawn the particle then. So it's like this stuff's doable for sure. Or I could just say like, oh, is this tile type like an indoor tile type? And if so, like not spawn the particle. But yeah, that'll be rain, I guess. That looks pretty good though. I'm happy with that. We don't need to change size. That'll be good. Let's do like a snow, I guess. Splash looks great. Thank you. I forgot to set up the chat link you sent me, Roger. So I still have my 2 chats. All right, let's do a snow one now. That'll be our rain particle effect. Particle snow. Let's Google pixel art snow effects. Sorry, let me send a text message. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Top down. I hate, I guess it's like it's not technically top down, it's like isometric, but it's not really isometric. It's like 3/4 perspective, but it's, no one has that, you know? Like nobody's gonna have like 3/4 perspective. Oh, maybe they will, okay. Yeah, I want snowing. Stardew has a nice simple one. I'll look for that. Snow particles. This? Mild snow. That's a retexture. Let's see here. I like that lightning effect. I mean, it's just 2 layers of white pixels, one more opaque than the other, nothing special. It was the one I just had open. Or is it this? Okay, there we go. Open image in new tab. It looks like it's excuse me. It looks like a full screen particle effect. So I'm trying to see where it repeats. Yeah, it's just one image that gets repeated and then drawn across the screen, which I had thought of building support for in my rendering library. I guess we could work on that, because that is a nice way to do particles. It would also let me do background stuff a lot easier. Like, for example, if I wanted to do like water effects, that's how you would do it. Thank you, Rock Derek, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's weird. Where's the where'd those guys go? Where'd the trading dummies go? That's so strange. I wonder if it's a hot reload bug or something like that. Why would that be a bug though? Did I accidentally delete them in the editor? They don't, yeah, they had to get out of the rain. Or yeah, they got too full of they got too waterlogged. Did I delete them? Let's look at the editor. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I deleted them. That's so... Oh well. Let's go to the tutorial. We'll just copy the one that's in there. Oh, he got deleted too. Wait, what? Particle teleport. Oh, that's, yeah, delete. Rain splat. Oops. We can revert this. and then see what it does. Attack dummies had enough of them being called dummies. They're on strike. You could be right. It's either that or the rain. No, I deleted them somehow. I wonder what else I deleted. No, because it just must have been the dummy somehow. I messed up the prefab or something. I'm so confused though. What could that have been? Unless what did I do here? Prefab town. Yeah, all I did was add these. I don't know why they could be missing. Let me see. It's probably, would it have gotten another ID? No way, right? Dungeon, tutorial. I mean, nothing else messed up. Body attack dummy. Attack dummy. I'm worried I broke every monster. Let me just check really. I just want to check one thing. We'll see if the set pieces have their bosses attached to them, and if they don't, then it's a big issue. Otherwise, it's just otherwise I just don't know. I'm just not sure. Okay. I mean, I guess these guys are still here, so that's good. Let's check another one. Yep, still there. Let's go up to this one. Yep, all right. So we're saved. Yeah, I guess all we have to do is just add it back then. I don't know what could have happened. Starts with an, I think it's called attack dummy. These are set pieces. Actually though, where is it? Oh, this is, oh. Let's change the name. This is the name of the monster. Oh, okay. We'll just change this to attack dash dummy. Wait, where is it? What should be at like the very bottom? Oh, it didn't reload in time. They're missing at the start of the stream? Oh, wait a second. These are not prefabs. This I need to do a blank prefab. I think I might have an idea of what it is. I think it is a, I think it just didn't impact the set pieces because I never saved them. But I think if I open up a set piece. Yeah, like there's, oh wait, this is not a, like there's none there. There's none there. I think the bug is just that they're not prefab types. They are monsters that get attached to the entity config. So for some reason, they're not showing in the editor. So that's the bug. How do I want to do this? And it just happened that I saved the I saved the map file for the town and I saved the map file for the tutorial, so that's why they're not showing. Add entity. Yeah, spawn entity. I think I know what the bug is though. I think the problem is I call this spawn entity thing and I changed this to happen in the editor. So the entity config never gets added because it's a blank fab. This is where it's just confusing because I have multiple like if you look at the entity config, I have a prefab type. So it works if it's prefab type, but it doesn't work if it's monster type anymore. So it's kind of a weird. Well, I mean, what I can do is just this. Well, what does return a nil? Get fab. Yeah, so it's unable to get the fab because it's prefab type none. The problem though is, where does this add the position? Underlay. Factory mod, and then we'll do fab2. I must set the position somewhere, right? I must set the position somewhere in here. The problem is if the position doesn't get set. Yeah, how could this ever have worked? Oh, I see now. Yeah, okay. I don't need to set the position because the position's managed by the entity config. Okay, so then we'll go to factory for the client. I think this is all I had to do was we just always need to add this. If we're in the editor mode, we always need to add the entity config, which is kind of like the editor handle for the for each entity. So these always need to be added. So we'll do this. We'll check the and then we'll check the set pieces. Let me open up my editor. All right, editor mode. Yeah, there's the prefab for that one. Oh, of course I have to, because I selected, it makes me save it. I don't want to save it though. All right, note to self, do not select it. Wait, where was it? There's one. Okay, yeah, it looks like these are all working now. I quit after the wipe. Has the game progressed a lot? I haven't wiped anything. But yeah, it's progressed a lot. So I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but yeah. There's a lot of lots of new features. But yeah, your account should still be there. Let's see. Okay, now we can go to our editor and let's add the excuse me, sorry. Still a little bit of a cough. Now we can add blank entities. And then I just set the monster type to attack dummy. Do I sort these? No, I don't. I should though. Mm-hmm. There it is. All right. I'm just gonna copy this. We'll save this and we'll go to tutorial. Let's add this one back here. Oh, it's there. It's there already. Okay, cool. So this one didn't get wiped. It was just a it was just the world, the town, I mean. The hammer item is completely useless. You should just have you should have players be able to move and destroy things by default. Oh, the deconstruction hammer. You can still destroy stuff if you're holding a block. You just right click. Yeah, you can just hold a regular block and right click. You don't have to use the deconstruction hammer. You only have to use the deconstruction hammer if you don't have a... Like if you're destroying a lot of stuff, it's easier just to use the deconstruction hammer, I think. But you can just hold any block and it'll destroy that thing. Okay. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the full screen particle effects, but we got sidetracked because the attack dummies got deleted. What if you aren't holding a block? Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to just hard to know if you're like, is he trying to dash or is he trying to like right click and destroy this block? So there needs to be some way to switch the mode. But like, I feel like most of the time people are holding a block or they're holding a hammer or something like that. Or you've got to click a button, like it's one of the options. Otherwise it just gets misinterpreted as like a dash. Okay, let's stage some few things though, because we kind of we added raindrop particles. This one was what? Yeah, we added we fixed that bug. Yeah, I moved this stuff to not be a pointer anymore, which is nice. Okay, there we go. And then I want to go back to the tutorial dungeon. Because I think we're just going to do particle effects today. I'm not going to work on the tutorial dungeon. I want to get a lot of the special effects set in place before I start building more and more dungeons. Because it's nice to just have stuff like already ready, you know? So we're just doing special effects. You're good, welcome. I wrote a custom game engine on top of OpenGL and WebGL, so I'm using that. Yep, ping is high. Yeah, then that's something I can't really fix other than like regionalizing servers. But yeah, the servers are in Chicago, so it's kind of far, or depending on where you live, it could be pretty far. I considered doing something similar, but couldn't be bothered to start dealing with OpenGL. Yeah, I don't recommend it, to be honest. I would definitely recommend using a library if you can at this point. Unless you're interested in OpenGL, I don't find it very interesting, so. I tried moving stuff around the build area, just felt bad. Had to switch back and forth 6 to 7 times to move a couple fences, the anvil, and the workbench. I feel like it's not that bad. Let me show you like how I would do it. I mean, unless your inventory is like super duper full. Like you don't even need a deconstruction hammer because you can just like go and like, let me just remove all these walls. You just right click on them. Obviously I deleted the floors. And then you put walls in. Right. It's a shame because of Raylib not being very compatible with web. And the only alternatives is Evitingen. Oh yeah, you mean for Go? Yeah, I wonder how Raylib does if you do a C compile, like if you wrote your game in C or something like that. Like I wonder if in general Raylib's good. It just doesn't work for Go because you have to do a C Go. Yeah, I'll try to improve the tutorial for the housing system. Yeah, I wonder how good the Raylib support is for web builds though. I'm sure it's pretty good. It's just the fact that Go can't compile with C. Otherwise, yeah, I probably would have used Raylib, but yeah, I think Evident's pretty good too. If I had to start again and I was going to use Go, I would probably use that instead of building my own. But it's a little too late at this point. I guess I could still migrate over. If I did it though, I probably would wrap all of my sprite stuff in like, instead of like, I would just do like a different backend for my renderer. I would do one for like the GL, and I do one that uses like Evitingen. If you start again, you probably should have used Godot. I don't like what's it called? I don't like super heavy platforms like that. Carl Zelinsky has a Raylib web example in Odinite, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think if I did this project again, I don't know if I would use Go, honestly. I do love Go. There's just a few things that make it really painful for game dev. I've thought a lot about it. I'm just not sure if I'm not sure what I would do. Oh, thank you, Demolore, for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. What's up, Monad? How's it going? What's up, everyone? Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do Golang game dev. I'm making a game called Mythfall. You can play it. There's like a browser version. You guys can play it or try it out if you want. Mythfall.com. There should be a link in the description. But yeah, it looks kind of like this. you can run around and yeah, thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, hope you had a good stream. Yeah, but this is written from scratch in Go on top of like OpenGL and WebRTC, and it's a browser game. But you run around. I don't have a sword equipped right now. I just have like a housing block. But you like fight monsters. They drop stuff. And these are all the different dungeons that we have so far. There's a little housing area for like building up your house. We just added pets for Easter, so you can like have a little pet that follows you around. They don't do anything right now, but they just kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's a cute little pixel art bullet hell online game, yeah. But thanks, man. Yeah, I hope you have a good hope you had a good stream. I love Golang too much to want to use anything else. Yeah, ECS and Go is tricky that I found, but anyway, I don't want to distract you too much. No, you're good. Yeah, I wrote an ECS for my game as well. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. If I was forced to do game dev Go, I'd probably make an engine core in Go and use Lua for the actual game logic. Yeah, that could work. I've actually never done any like scripting stuff. All of my stuff has been like in Go, which is nice because it's like all Go, you know? But yeah. Yeah, thanks Monad for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, we've been doing particle systems today. Where is it? Well, let me add the rain particle back to the editor. We'll have to relaunch because it has to reload the map file. Particle. Oh, this is tutorial. We gotta go to element OP. This is our rain particle effect we just added. Now that you said my nickname, you're obligated to explain what a monad is. It's sad because I did try out Haskell a little bit, but I still don't even know if I could explain what a monad is. This is our rain particle effect, and it kind of follows you around. I think it looks pretty good, except for the fact that it like drips inside of player houses. Oh, you like the UCS videos? Nice. Glad you liked it. I'm in the OCaml cult. I've never done OCaml before. But I'd be interested in trying some new languages, but I feel like I'd try like Odin next probably. I did a little Zig test and I like that language a lot. I like the comp time stuff a lot. I'm not a very like functional programming person though, so the functional languages I don't mesh with them super well. Haven't tried Go yet. Go's a nice language. It's like a small, like pragmatic language, I'd say. But for game dev, there's a few issues here and there because it's garbage collected and stuff like that. But all right, what were we gonna do? Oh, we were gonna do repeated tile patterns. C#'s used a lot in game dev too. Yeah, I don't know how they manage their like garbage collection issues. Because I feel like I have garbage collection issues all the time for web builds. For desktop, it's not a problem, but for web, I feel like I have a lot of problems. So I don't know if the libraries are just really well optimized or if they have something else they can do. But yeah, it's just like a mark and sweep garbage collector. I don't really know too much about GCs, but it seems to work fine. Except for web because it's single threaded, so it runs a little bit slow sometimes. Or the garbage collection pause cycles are longer in WebAssembly. Yeah. How do you know so much stuff? I don't know. I don't know if I know so much stuff, but I know a little bit. It's just amount of time. It's just it's all proportional to the amount of time you're willing to spend like doing something. I feel like the longer you spend on something, the better you get at it. But there's definitely tons of stuff I have no idea about. Well, you just kind of like make do with your knowledge, and then you make a bunch of mistakes, then you learn from your mistakes, and then suffer through the eventual code refactor that you have to do to fix your mistakes. Then you hopefully never make those mistakes again. All right, buddy, take care. Thanks for stopping by. All right, repeat background textures. I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work. But here's what I had planned. I drew this like one little thing. I guess we could try to do like a water tile. This is just the like tiled viewed mode. But then when it tiles, it'll look something like this. But basically it's just a tileable texture. I'm not sure exactly how to implement this yet though, but I think how it'll work is, I don't know if I have to make a custom shader though. Because I feel like there's two ways to repeat textures. You can do like the GL repeat. And then when the UV coordinate goes to here, it just wraps around to here. But I don't think that that's going to be, or I think that's going to get really annoying because I texture out, or I guess I should say first, this requires this to be in its own texture in the GPUs, which means that this has to be its own texture. I can't throw this into my texture atlas and expect it to work. But I think what I can do is I could write a custom shader that knows the boundary of this, or rather the width of this, and it just manually does the wraparound. So when it samples a pixel over here, it will just divide it by whatever this width is, and then it'll pick this pixel instead. I think we can do something like this. It does require us to use a different shader though, but I don't think that's that big of a deal because it's kind of like a background pass. For water, could you use a shader for animation? Yeah, I think you can do, I think what people do is they'll do like a noise map, like, sorry, I'm coming out of a sickness, so I have a little bit of a cough, but I think what people do is they make like a Perlin noise map or a simplex noise map, and then they like slowly shift it. But I think there has to be some kind of feature that repeats the texture still. And then they just multiply that by like the tile color or something. But I figured maybe step one is to just have a way to repeat some kind of background texture. I do think we have to make a custom shader though. I don't think we can use the normal sprite shader. But I originally wanted this for the tutorial background because it has like floating platforms. I think it would look nice to so maybe that's where we experiment with this. Let's log out. Oh, it didn't reload in time. All right, I built. Yeah, so I figured I'd have like some kind of like background back here. I was kind of experimenting with these like background particles that parallax a little bit, but I think I just need more. I need like something else in the background. And then short of like throwing just tons and tons of particles around. I think I know you with your Rust and Go physics video. Yeah, that's probably one of my biggest videos I've ever made. It did pretty well. I think if I thought it would do that, if I thought it would have done that well, I probably would have tried to make it a little bit better, but here we are. That's probably the first one that like took off. People love like a language comparison videos for some reason. I guess I love them too, but especially with Rust, yeah. Well, Bevy has a really good ECS, so it's hard to beat that. And if you look at their like, because they have like, you know, Raylib has like the bunny mark benchmark. They'll have like tons of bunnies rendering on screen. I tried to do something like that similar to compare Go to Raylib in C++. And I tried to compare it against the Bevy one. The Bevy one's like insanely fast. I genuinely don't know how they do it. Because I think they have to use... I'm not even into making video games, but I watch Chris Biscardi's videos. I don't know, I don't think I know his stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure how Bevy gets so much performance out of their renderer. Because they must do some like crazy like instancing, or like they really compress down all of the data that needs to be sent across to the GPU to render things. Because it's just so efficient. Oh, Chris does a lot of Bevy videos. Oh, maybe I have seen his stuff then, because I've seen a few like rendering architecture videos for Bevy. But yeah. Yeah, their performance is nuts. All right, let's do repeated background though. I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna structure this. I guess we'll do we have a camera. Well, hold on. Do you draw a quad across the entire world, or you draw a? I think I draw a full screen quad. Here's what we'll do. Here's the camera. We'll draw a full screen quad, and and then every UV coordinate we pick, we'll have to go from this. We'll have to come from a texture range in the texture atlas. And this we will just do. I think all we have to do is just modulo the, or divide. I think divides are faster. We just have to divide by the width and then add some offset to get it into this box. Because like we'll have some offset here in the texture atlas. So we'll divide by the height and the width of the region that we're repeating, and then we will, because this is going to do this, right? So we'll add some fixed offset for where the UV coordinate starts, and then we know the width of the UV range. And then we just have to divide by what though? Oh, this is just going to be the screen space. But then you move, and you need the background to move as well. So the background needs to be in world space. So I guess we make a quad that's in world space and we draw that. And then when it gets converted to screen space, we'll get the UV coordinate. I think that's probably how you do it. Fellow Arch user, yeah. I'm using GNOME 3 and Arch. I just use the raw Arch. I tried Endeavor, but I always had like some weird issues with stuff. Are you using Event Engine to render stuff? No, I wrote my own renderer on top of OpenGL and WebGL. I wonder if there are tagged texture aliases, like some textures inlined and some others would be paths for more complex texture files. I don't think I understand what you mean. I wonder if there are tagged texture aliases, like some textures inlined and some others will be pathed to complex texture files. I'm not sure I understand, but I just understand texture atlases to be just one big file with, like, I can show mine, I guess. I like pre-pack my file, local assets. I should name this so it comes at the start. It just looks like this. I do a really simple packing strategy. I just take like the biggest ones by area and then I pack them. And then weirdly, I waste tons and tons of space. There's more efficient ways to do it, but I can't be bothered. Like you can split like every single square and have like a bunch of sub squares and stuff, but it ends up working pretty well. Just going from big to small ends up making most things packed together well. Then you have weird images like a big background and then those take up a lot of space. But it's just a 4K texture. And you can imagine like how many more sprites I could pack into this. So much room for activities. It probably doesn't make sense, to be honest. You're all good. Half the stuff I say, I don't even know if it makes sense, so. All right, let's get started on this though. I think that this is what we'll do though. All right, let me move this file though over to our sprite sheet. I'm just gonna call it something like, it was in concept, I think. I might rename it to like experiment. We're not gonna put it in the animation folder. We'll probably put it in the static untagged. All right, that should be good. Trying to think of how to add this to the level. Like, do I want to have some kind of dungeon config setting where I say like draw this texture as the background? Or should it be some like, I guess it's probably less configurable that way. It's probably better to make it a prefab, right? So you make it a prefab, then you just put it at 0, 0, and then it is just a regular sprite that draws, but it's always drawn. The only downside there is then I need to have like a setting in my vision cull, so it always draws it. I think that's a better path though, because then I can do multiple layers pretty easily by just making them entities rather than having it be like a background setting. Okay, let's go to town prefab where we were just doing particles, and we'll make a new prefab. Oh, then we can, oh yeah, we also need to add parallax to it. Sorry, I'm just thinking here of how the transforms work, how it's gonna work with this. It seems so like, there's no way it's efficient to draw a quad across the entire world, right? you have to attach some smaller quad. Because I think how they work, I think how the fragment shader works is I think it has to have the fragment position passed in, and then it culls it based off of what gets translated to the screen. So I think you can't just have one massive. I think that just the fill will take too long. So that means I need to make a smaller. I need to make a smaller quad. Does that mean I need to change the UV though? I don't know. I think once we experiment a little bit, it'll pan out. I just don't know exactly how the translation's gonna work, but we'll get started with something simple, I think. Did I copy this? Wait, did I copy this? Hold on. That's the downpour particle effect. This one was the rain. Then we'll do the background experiment. Shaders are the only thing I vibe code, guilty confession. Yeah, I don't know that much about shaders, to be honest, but we'll do our best. Let's see here. If I add a camera, we'll just add the camera parallax. I'm gonna do 0.1, I guess. Let's take a, I just want to copy a decal sprite data. I guess I could just call decal sprite. No, I'm gonna just use the same thing. This won't have any children. I can't reason about graphics at all, or graphics math at all. I just have to put something on screen and see what's broken. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. Because I just don't know. I'm not exactly sure how the UV lookup's gonna work. Like, it makes sense to me that there should be some way to do this, but I just can't I can't visualize it. It's also like extra hard to like verbalize this stuff as I'm trying to solve it. Because a lot of times when I have to solve a problem, I'll just like pace around my house and like think about it, or I'll have to go like drive somewhere, like go get food or lunch or something. All right, experiment tile BG. Or no, it's just gonna be this, isn't it? Well, let's get this prefab on screen first, and then we'll... All right, we don't have particles, so we'll remove the particle emitter from this prefab. And we don't need this. Let's put it on a high layer though. We'll put it in the atmosphere layer, just so it'll be front. That way it's like gonna be on the, or I need to put this into the editor first because it's a prefab. Get food, sleep, think I'm a genius, code solution, hate my past self 1 month later. So it's too accurate. I very often feel that way. I very often look back at code I wrote and I'm like, man, why didn't I just do this the right way the first time? But hindsight's 20/20, so you can't punish yourself too much. All right, editor. We'll just delete this one. I think I'm gonna go into, wait, what? I guess we'll do it in town, that's fine. All right, put a bunch of A's so it'd be easy to find, but I don't see it anywhere. Background experiment, prefab splice. Is there something wrong with the prefab? You would think. Do I not sort these? I'm so confused here. Why is this up here? Maybe I don't sort these. I'm so confused. Oh, I can't find the sprite. Oh well, I guess I don't care that much. Oh, this is gonna be a -0. Or hold on, let me log in so I can just be in town every time. Because by default it puts the puts new players in the tutorial. We decided to just do the test in town. All right, we're logged in. Is that I am GUI used for the tools? Yeah, I use Dear I am GUI for some of the tools. It uses Seagull and it's a little bit hard to get working, but it works fine. All right, there we go. There's the background. So that's actually correct. We just need it to expand. So as long as I, yeah, but for the I am GUI, all of my stuff's technically like in immediate mode UI. Like I write all of my UI code in that format, just because it's super easy to like write new widgets and stuff compared to like a retained mode UI. But I think I'm kind of like in the process of coding a little layout library to make writing debug UIs easier. And once I have that, I'll probably will move away from Dear I am GUI and just to like a custom UI. Because it's kind of hard to like integrate my sprites into the Dear I am GUI interface. So yeah. So it'd be nice to have my own little layout library. And it mostly works. It's just a little bit it's just a little bit cobbled together, as is a lot of stuff, but okay. So we need this to be we need to give this a special material though. I actually don't know if I have a way to do that through this component. Maybe it would have been easier to just spawn this. I started to write Raylib layout library for tooling, definitely easier than writing custom backends. Oh yeah. Oh, you mean custom backends for Dear I am GUI? Doesn't Raylib have a? I thought he had some widget building tool or something like that, or like some layout building tool. Layout libraries are hard though. It's a tough balance of like, what do you want to have the user specify? And then what do you want to be like customizable? It has a ray GUI, but burns the eyes. Oh, it's very white based, isn't it? Okay, so if I scale this sprite up to the whole screen, sorry, I'm trying to think of how I want to structure this. I either try to make it flow through the typical sprite rendering pipeline, or I build a separate rendering pipeline. If it goes through the standard rendering pipeline, all I have to do, I think, is scale the quad size to the world space camera size every frame, set a UV offset based off of the camera position, and then the material needs to be different. But I definitely need a full screen quad. So maybe we'll do I'm gonna do a half screen quad, I think. Just for Like I'm gonna pad out a little bit. And then that will require a separate component though. And then the alternative is if I make a new rendering pipeline, I just don't have access to like, no, you still have access to rendering layers, don't you? I can still render it on the right layer. I just lose some of the code that I have already. I think because it's inside of the pipeline. Let me see. Window. Oh no, maybe I called it sprite. There we go. Okay. This is my main sprite object. And I could probably customize the sprite so that it mostly works. This just has a lot more settings than I need. I really technically only need... But it would be nice if it's just a sprite, right? Then I just have one draw function. Curious, are you have a main job or you manage to do this full time? This is what I do full time now. But I have had jobs before, yeah. I worked as a software engineer for a while, so. So you save enough and then you can kind of like bootstrap your indie game dev dreams, I guess. But hopefully Mythval does well and it'll be self-sustaining. Yeah, let's just go ahead and try to do it inside of the current render pipeline. And if we can't do it there, we will build a separate system to draw like these special backgrounds. Because I don't think this is going to be too... Or I'm trying to think. Because all you have to do is change the scale. Like you have to change the matrix so that it draws to the screen. So that's one thing. I have to change the material, which will be a sprite data thing. But other than that, I think it's basically all set. In the UK, you can't save enough on a developer salary. Oh yeah, in the US, the developer salaries are pretty high. So I don't know what they are now. I've heard there's a lot of layoffs and stuff happening, and like AI is kind of, I don't know how accurate this stuff is, but this is what I hear. It's like companies are using more AI generated code and using less developers to maintain it. But thank you, Fingolf, for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have heard that in Europe, the developer salaries are kind of low. Which is surprising because I feel like everything's so built on software, it's hard to imagine. But I guess there's more, like over time, there'll be more and more software engineers, so it'll get less competitive for good ones, you know? I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Instead of building a component or adding to this to set the material, I'm just gonna do that in the load function. I'm just gonna hard code it for this one asset. Don't judge me. Okay, loader. We'll do a loader dot sprite, and then we'll take this one. BG sprite. We'll have to make a separate material for this that uses a different shader though. I think it's this. I haven't had to change materials in a long time, so I might have to, yeah, we'll have to do a shader. Yeah, the only place I get a good salary is London, but that's because London is more expensive to live. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that tier too, where they'll adjust based off cost of living. Yeah, we'll have to have uniforms as well. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll just make a simple shader. Do I put this in my rendering library though? Yeah, whatever. Or I could just write a custom shader for just Mythball. I may as well just put it in here though. I guess I just don't care. I don't really like open source this too much. It is open source, but it's very like it's pretty much just for me. I think the vertex shader is going to be the exact same though. I wish Emacs had a mode for shaders. Maybe they do. I always just do C mode though. All right, this is just calculating the position. We have colors and text coordinates. The text coordinates one might have to change though. Or would I change it in the fragment shader? Would I change it in the fragment shader? Wait, yeah, why do I do this? I'm just saying the text chord to the text chord. But in the fragment shader, I think it's reasonable to say like, oh, I'm going to pass in the texture size here. Or the division, the repeated division factor into here. So we'll copy this one, I think. We'll make a new one, which means we'll just have to change this. I don't really know what to call this. Sprite repeat .fs. Sprite repeat shader. All right, we'll use the same sprite vertex shader, and we'll use the sprite repeat fragment. We will have to add some new uniform here. Maybe a vec2 that has the size that we're repeating. Wouldn't I also need to say though, like the bottom left corner? Yeah, I think I'd have to have a full rectangle. Or min/offset. I'll do an or, so I don't think it's a division. All right, and we'll do sprite repeat.fs. I'm gonna copy this one. It's interesting it knows that. I don't know how they lend to that part. All right, then we have our texture sampler too. Do I need this? Yeah, I guess because you might have some alpha fragments that you might want to discard. You can tell this is from this is originally from learnopengl.com because this is the tutorial where they mix colors between two different things, but I didn't need that, so I just commented it out. Hilarious. I'm trying to think here. Because at each fragment processing point, I don't know the size unless I pass it in. But I think if I pass in the frame size, I think it'll be good. So we'll add a uniform. I don't know how people do multiple textures, like how they specify those in the texture slots. These are, oh yeah, not this. We want to do uniforms now. Uniform, vec2, or I should do a vec4. I either do two vec2s or I do a vec4. I'm just gonna do a vec4 though. And this will be called repeat rect. Okay, that should work. All right, and then we'll use this for our shader. That's troublesome though, because if I don't use this right away, it's going to get compiled out, which is going to break this. So for now, I think I'm just going to use this baseline, and I'll just leave it as the regular one. I just want to like set the new shader in the load function. Okay, material.shader, or maybe there's like a set shader function. Yeah. Sprite repeat shader. I need to load this, don't I? Glitch dot new shader. Shader config. Oh, shaders dot. Is this not what it's called? Oh, I think I copied the fragment shader name, not the. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, actually, I think it's just a just my LSP doesn't, like, the linter just gets messed up when I modify things, other packages inside of my workspace. Okay, so we'll set the repeat shader there, and that's good. Let's build. Let's build and see. But yeah, we'll have to pass in this new uniform for it to do the repeat thing. And I think what I might do is make the rectangle small, or no, then we can just scale up the size. Okay, cool. So it rendered, and it should be using the new material, I think. Because this returns a pointer, I'm pretty sure, right? Material, the point, yeah, returns this pointer to the sprite. And this one, let's do a multiply here though. Times, let's do vec4, and we'll just do 1, 1. Oh, you have to do 1.0, I think. We'll just do 0.5 just to make sure it's using the right shader. That's on the alpha channel. So it should just be a little bit see-through. And that'll be nice. That'll just be nice for testing, because then we can okay, I guess we're not using the right shader. That way we can see the background and see how fast we're moving relative to the background moving, because it's kind of overlapping. I am surprised though. BG Sprite material set shader. And it should modify this sprite. And this is the exact sprite that should be getting used. Unless something's wrong here. I'm pretty sure they're 0 to 1 range. We'll multiply by a very red color. I mean, yeah, we multiply it by our color. Hold on, we had a crash. Look at my logs. Okay, there was a bug in here, and that's why it crashed. Load shader, alpha mult undeclared. Now I'm curious if I remove that, if I comment that out, if it'll work now. And that'll at least let us know that it's being loaded. Oh, I have to do vec4 though. That's the bug. But at least we'll see if it's being loaded correctly. Or if it's trying to load it at least. Yeah, all right, cool. Okay, and we'll save this. We'll try again. All right, it is multiplying by the red. I don't know why the alpha part isn't working though. Unless it's drawing. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's not marking it as a transparent, so it's drawing on top of a black background. Wait, is the background black though? I thought the background was blue. But it would basically just be a sprite sorting problem. I'll just do this. Just so it sorts correctly. Because if we're going to multiply by an alpha, it would have to be sorted correctly. Otherwise, it draws it first and then it blocks everything behind it. There we go. Okay, so just the alpha setting was wrong for that texture. All right, good. This is a good start. Let's make these 1.0 again. We'll have the exact color. We'll just make this a 0.7 though. All right, our sprite has the right shader now. We will, however, need to add the uniform. Or maybe I should scale it up first so it draws the entire screen. I guess let's do that first. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this. I guess I could just add a component that that's attached to a system that like sets the dimensions of the sprite. Or is there a way I can configure this from like load time? Yeah, I guess I could, couldn't I? Because I think I have access to scale. Oh, but it's like I have access to a sprite. The problem is if someone resizes the screen, then the quad that we show has to also change. But let's do this. I'm just gonna set the scale for now, just for testing. To like 4 and 4. But technically we need to set the scale of this every single frame so that it fits the screen. But at least for now it'll be a good way to test the repeat code. Just to make sure that that stuff's working correctly. Of course, we don't have the repeat code in yet, but. Okay. But we don't want the texture to scale up. We want the texture to repeat. So we have a new shader that we can code inside of. We just need to do that. Let's go to our load code because we're gonna have to set the material uniform as well, based off of this sprite data. So we'll do bgsprite.material. I wonder if this returns the material because I can just, yeah, I guess I did it that way. Dot set uniform name repeat rect and then glitch or no, yeah, glm.vec4, and that's what we're setting. So now we need to make sure that we add this uniform. Oops. And just in my code, I register the uniform so it can, so we have to register in both places. That should be that task though. And we'll just have to specify the square that this sprite frame is on. I think I even have that data inside of there. Let's see. UV bounds. New sprite mesh, that's the UV bounds. We technically want the UV bounds. I don't know if I have a way to get that. Oh, frame bounds. Okay, this is calculated wrong, I guess. Oh, I centered this one, but this one's not centered, so this one technically is correct. Do I have a frame function? I must, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So we can do bgsprite, in my head, I'm thinking, man, it would be kind of nice if I make this a GLM rect and pass that in, because then I could just pass in bgsprite dot frame. But I think what I'm going to do is just do this frame dot min dot x, frame dot min dot y, frame dot max dot x, frame dot max dot y. Okay. So we'll set the repeat rect uniform. Now we have this, and all we have to do is before the texture core we use is going to be different than we'll make one called repeated chord. Vec2 repeated chord is. How do you even make a game engine go? With a lot of patience. No, I mean, I think there's just like, there's really just two components you need for a game engine, I feel like. I mean, obviously like just a bunch of small stuff, but all you really need is a renderer. Like this is most of games. You just need a renderer, something that draws stuff to the screen. So like you manage sprites, frame buffers, matrices, like all that sort of stuff, materials. Like that gives you this abstraction. So your renderer draws stuff to the screen. And then you just need like an entity manager. And one big way people do it is called entity component systems. And this is really like how complicated you want to be with building your game. But the renderers are pretty standard, and you can pretty much just, if you use a language that has renderers already built for it, like C or C++, there's just already stuff you can use. So you don't have to worry about this. You could just use raylib, for example. And then entity manager, you could make this as simple as like a struct with like, here's all of my players. Here's all of my enemies. And these can just be arrays of things. Or you can make it very complicated and make it like a full-fledged entity component system, which gives you more configurability on what components things have. It makes it more generic, but it makes it a little bit more complicated to work with. So it's just a trade-off. But yeah, as soon as you have these two things, you just have then you just write a function that takes your entities and then draws them through your rendering pipeline. Then you pretty much have a game. Of course, the renderer also has to take care of like windowing and input and stuff like that, but that's the general like gist of it. As soon as you have those things, you're basically good to go. Okay. The texture coordinate we want. What GUI library to use to show frames? I wrote my own rendering library on top of OpenGL and WebGL. What I find hard with ECS is you don't use sparse arrays and you need a way of referencing the index of every entity in the array of components. Either you have to loop up pointers, so hard to balance performance. Yeah, have you ever heard of archetypes? That's what I do for mine. Archetypes is I think archetypes is like the generally best way to structure your ECS. I made a video about how I built my ECS. If you want to look at it, I can link it to you. But yeah, basically avoids all of the performance problems that you're talking about, all the pointer hunting. Let's see here. That's my video on my how my ECS is structured. Thank you, Diego, for the follow. Appreciate it. But then what if two archetypes say use the same component? Do you have two instances of the array use the same component type? Yeah, like how archetypes work is right. I guess maybe it's easier to explain it in database terms first. You have your entities. These are like indexes into your array. So you have entity number 0, or I use entity 0 as an invalid entity just because it's pretty handy to have. So then entity 1 would be your first entity. Entity 2 is another entity. Entity 3 is another entity. And then ECSs are commonly like, they call them like they're commonly referred to as like databases. But that's like that's a good mental model for ECSs. Then you have like your position, you have your HP, you have your like velocity, right? And then the problem you're describing is that sometimes you have things that have a position and they have a velocity, but they don't have health. And sometimes you have things that have position, health, and velocity. So you end up with this really big table with a bunch of wasted space because you're inevitably going to add tons and tons of components, and you're going to have a lot of like empty parts there. And there's different ways of solving this. And one of the ways that I do is archetypes, which is that a table that only has position and velocity is one archetype. So you end up with a table that looks like this. And this is your like ints. That's like your key to your database. So this is like archetype 1. Then you have another one that's like archetype 2. And then every entity that has pause, what was the other one? Health and velocity would fit into this one. And now you have very packed, arrays where where you're guaranteed to know that every entity in here contains every component in the list. There's one more step here though, which is that because you want this to be compressed, this is no longer like your entity. This is now like an index. And then you have this lookup table, which is, I call it archetype location. Archetype lock. So then you have like a kind of a table, and you can use a generational ID. I use a map, which converts your, sorry, ID is the wrong term, int. This converts your entities. Like for example, entity 1 goes to archetype 1 because it only has position velocity. So it's kind of a tuple of like your archetype that. And then like, let's say it got placed into index 0. And the second one's the index. So you know what archetype table you're in, and then you know what index you are in that table. So you just have one extra lookup, and then you have this. Yes, what I mean is that, so what I mean is that, does that mean you now have 2 arrays of positions? Yes. Yes, you have multiple arrays of position based off of how many different archetypes you have of entities that require the position variable. So the thing that confuses me is that if you loop up, so if you loop up the entity from the archetype, then surely you lose cache locality because you grab various elements from the main ECS. Oh, you look up. Yeah. I think the general, like, typically what happens in your games is that you end up with not that many different types of archetypes. Like for example, all of my particles basically share like 99% of the same components. So like all of those have very good cache locality because they're all going to be packed into the same exact table. But then you have maybe some things where it's a little bit more sparse. But yeah, like it's just kind of a thing you have to accept. But in general, typically you're looping over like tables with like a ton of things that are the same archetype. Like most things end up having the same components. At least that's my experience. You typically end up just like giving things a lot of components and they end up all in the same table. But then you have like things that are kind of the same thing. Like all my players have the same exact components. All my enemies have mostly the same components. Some of them are bosses, so they have like a boss tag, which puts them in a different table. And yeah, so you end up, it's just kind of like one of those things, I guess. No, you're good. Yeah, it's definitely a question. It's just something that like you kind of have to bite the bullet on. Unless you want to waste like memory and then loop through. Like it's just a trade-off, I guess. That's the only way I could describe it. Because the alternative is now you have one massive table that has everything in it and you don't know what, like if you wanted to loop over everything with a position and velocity, in the archetype version you have, oh, I have a table that tells me everything that has a position and a velocity. And I just loop over all the tables that have these components. So that's super easy. And then the thing to recall is like cache lines aren't really that big. So unless like you have an archetype table for every single entity, you're really not losing like probably that much performance, you know? As long as most of your stuff is like large-ish tables, you just have to make a few jumps. Like there's going to be a jump here in terms of cache, and there's like maybe like one more table, there's another jump. But most of the time you're looping just straight through a table. But if you had one big table, you now have to loop through every single entity in the world and say, hey, like, do you have position velocity? Yes, let me process you. So, all right, but back to OpenGL, back to GLSL. I think what we have to do is we will divide by, or hold on, let me just, let me calculate helper stuff first. We'll have a vec2, which is going to be size, or we'll call it text size, or no, call it repeat size. And this is going to be a vec2 of maybe I do this. I'll call it rmin. That's going to be repeat rect. I don't remember. I think you just do .x, right? And then you do repeat rect .y. This is going to be such a weird, whatever. Maybe you can do this 0. I don't know. I'm not gonna risk it. Our max x, y, z, w. That'll be the min point. That'll be the max point. And then we'll have repeat size is going to be the our max minus our min, because we're just looking for the size of this thing. We have our maximum point, we have our minimum point. We'll just subtract them together and get the distance in both angles. And then we have repeated chord, repeat A. I'm just gonna call our chord is gonna be the texture coordinate divided by our size. And then we need to add our min to that. I think this is right. And then the R chord needs to be used for this. This used to be the texture coordinate, but now we're passing it through this like filter that's going to modulo it. So that way if it goes outside the bounds, it just loops back inside of them. I think this is what we have to do. I'm not 100% sure this is gonna work, but I have been known to get lucky from time to time, so we'll see. Oops. Of course, right when I alt tab, it finishes building. Okay, something clearly did not work. Because now we don't see it at all. Let's make a, or I'm gonna do this. No, because then it's just going to, I don't think I want that. I think I want to do a, I just want to see what happens. Yeah, okay, nothing. I want to do a comment block or this, and then I want to do vec2 equals text chord. I just want to do, I just want to like be able to quickly hop back and forth. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, okay. One thing I'm not sure of, I wonder if my uniform isn't being set correctly. Frame min, I guess we could print this. This. Okay. I just want to see to make sure that this stuff is the correct values. I guess we should look up the sprite and see what it should be. It is a 64 by 64. Wait, how'd that work? Oh, because I didn't change the shader. Yeah. Let me look to make sure the printout looked correct. Where are you? Repeat? Oh, repeat. Repeat rect. Here's what we got. Okay, I guess I need to copy this, man. All right, there we go. All right, hold on. All right, so we have 329, 265 minus, that's 64. Then we have 467, 403 minus, that's 64. All right, so we do have a 64 by 64 rectangle that's being passed there. Oh, I know what it is. I'm passing a rectangle in pixel space, like screen space, but it needs to be in UV coordinate space. Like we're getting 64 by 64, but UVs go from, I think it's -1 to 1. It's been so long since I've had to deal with this stuff. I'm pretty sure it's like this. Maybe it's 0. I don't remember. Anyways, that's what the problem is. So I need to, maybe what I really want is not the frame. Maybe what I really want is the UV bounds. Or I think it's undercase, UV. No, yeah, just this, I think. Because this one's already has the UV bounds. We just need to do the exact same thing, except not with the frame, with the UV bounds. We can just do this. Oh, I think the linter error is just because alternatively, we could pass in the texture size. Or no, is there a function that gives me the texture size? I guess there's no reason to compute that division every single pixel though. So we'll just pass in the UV. All right, let's rebuild that. I'm pretty sure there is a function that tells me the texture sampler size, but I don't know what it is. I'm sure I have another shader that uses it. I just don't know. Like I guarantee you my text rendering shader has it. Okay, maybe I was. All right, let's see what the new. This is the new one. Min, max. I guess I could have something wrong with this logic. I'm trying to think of what happens. Oh, wait a second. This does have to be a modulo, doesn't it? Can I do, oops. Can I do modulos in GLSL? So modulo operator. I think it's mod. I think you do this. Mod? Or no, you do. Hold on. Is this GLSL? GL4? Or I'll search it here. OpenGL modulo function. Mod returns of X modulo Y. I'm worried I don't have access to GLSL4, but maybe it's also in 3. Gen type X. Oh look, I don't even know how they, X minus Y times floor of X divided by Y. Interesting, I guess that makes sense. Oh, it's in GLS ES3 as well. Of X modulo Y. Yeah, so it's just a function we call. We do this mod that. Yeah, division didn't give me, I don't know why I thought that was correct. Sometimes there's just too many things in my head. Too many things to keep track of and you make little mistakes. Because division would just move it big chunks. Do, 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 do. I would say we're getting closer, but this is not right at all. This is like exactly what it was before. Let's just walk through this logically. We're gonna have the rmin. Yeah, okay. We have the R minimum. And we're going to add to it. This will be the R minimum. And we're going to add to it the modulo of the text coordinate R size. Why would that be zoomed in though? Like in what, why would this ever scale? I guess it kind of makes sense. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Shaders are not my specialty, so. Oh no, this is wrong. I want to look at the sprite shader. Text coordinate is text coordinate in. I think in my code, I'm scaling up the U, or I'm not. Like I've written all my sprite code to, when I scale the quad, it scales the UV. So now I want to do the opposite, where when I scale the quad, the UV needs to like extend. Like when it draws. Let me look at this. I don't think this is a GLSL problem. I think this is just a problem where I need to pass in like almost invalid, like I need to pass in invalid texture coordinates so that it can be modulated, or it can be passed through the modulo function and put into the right area. I'm not sure I recall exactly how that would work. Because what ends up happening, I think, is you have this geometry, which has different vertices, and these all have UV coordinates embedded in them. So when I scale this up to be larger, the UV coordinate is still the correct one. It's still within bounds of the thing. So what I really want to do is I want to scale the I want to scale the UV coordinate as well, or I want to add another uniform that zooms in and out of the that zooms in and out of the thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because the UV coordinates doesn't change at all based off of the matrix. Why would I ever... I almost want the UV bounds to be larger. So let's do this. Let's actually just make another uniform, because then we can have another uniform that tweaks the zoom in level of the thing. And we'll just set that to the inverse of the camera. I think that makes sense, actually. Uniform. I almost wrote vec1. I don't know, is it float? I don't think it's float 32. I think it's probably float. Uniform float. I'm gonna call it inverse zoom. I guess would I ever zoom? I guess I can make it a vec2. I feel like cameras are always, I always zoom the same way, but maybe one day, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. I've seen people scroll UVs to make water effects, but never scale. Yeah, I'm just trying to inverse the zoom level that this has so that I can make it repeat, because I'm trying to do a repeated texture. So I need to scale the UV bounds outside of it. That way I can go out of the range and loop back around. Also, what's up, Nitrix? How's it going? Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a vec2. Or do I just want to call it zoom and I can inverse it in here? I'm gonna inverse it outside. I don't know how much performance that really saves me, but all I have to do is this times inverse zoom, I think. I'm gonna do INV zoom. That's a vec2. All right, and then our load function, we're kind of hacking this a little bit, but we'll just set another uniform. Our glm.vec2. And then this is gonna be, what did I do, 4x zoom, I think? I think I did it. I guess we could just double check. It doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, I did a 4 zoom. Okay, hopefully it repeats now. It should be zoom level 1. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. And we got a crash. Let's see if I can guess what the crash is. I don't know. All right, let's look. Oh, invalid attribute type, glvec2. I guess I don't support this, which is fine because we can fix that pretty easily. Let's go look at shader.go, attr, or no, we want to look at vec4. Do I do this in 2 places? Sorry, the shader code's super sloppy. You end up doing super weird stuff to get this is just for mat4s. It's like an optimization because they set so frequently. Yeah, here. So we'll just make a vec2. Okay. I want to look at the browser version. WebAssembly, or shoot. Let's just copy the name of this. Or they don't have this? Oh, this is glfw. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go here, and I want to do this, and then I want to do that, and then I'll do this. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. That's weird. It doesn't have a end. Oh, it's all this. That was the original. Okay, so we need to make a function here for this. Slice to typed array. I think that part's all the same. It's just this function needs to be made. Or rather, it needs to be registered. I made one for a 1 float. I made one for a 3 float. I just didn't make one for a... Or we want to do 3FV. You just have to, for the WebGL version, you just have to register these functions against the rendering context so you can look them up later. It's weird though, our build wouldn't have failed though for web, because we're not building web. What's up, Spike Spaz? Have you been happy with Go? I'm torn. Some things are perfectly fine. Some things are kind of annoying. Sometimes I end up like spending days. Oh, I did it the wrong way, I guess. Because it zoomed more. Wait, did I divide by the inverse? Or I multiplied, didn't I, in my shader? Let's see here. Repeat. Oh, I want to multiply by the zoom, don't I? Because I want to scale it out. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, that should do it. But yeah, some things I end up spending a lot of time just like working around language features that don't exist in Go, mostly for performance reasons. And also for like usability reasons. Some things are just like painful in Go, like the generic stuff is pretty good. Most of it, or there's like weird cases where like you can't make a generic function in certain situations, which gets pretty annoying. But yeah, there's some performance issues as well. Oh, it's this. Why did I call it zoom? It's yeah, I guess we'll just call it zoom. Zoom. Do we need to change the shader to do not inverse zoom? This will just be zoom. This will be zoom. This will eventually come from however much we scale up this thing. You saw these problems coming from a mile away, so why did you give it an attempt anyway? I don't know if I'd say I saw them coming from a mile away. Like you don't really like know how everything's gonna pan out until it does, I guess. I think most of it's not like, oh, it repeated. Nice, look at that. I think it repeated. Yeah, because I have these inner one and I have this outer one. Let me turn off the alpha so I can see. Or we'll just make it 1. But yeah, some things I did see coming a mile away and some things I didn't, I guess. A lot of the pain that I exist through, or a lot of the pain that like comes with this project though, comes from like me building something that I didn't know how to build and like just like learning through that, you know? Like it's taken a lot of time to build this rendering library. A lot of mistakes made, a lot of stuff like that. But cool, this repeats now. Repeats perfectly. So our shader works. That's a really nice tiled texture, really looks out. Yeah, Asprite has this feature where you can set up tiled mode. You go to view, you go to grid, or sorry, you go to tiled mode and you say tile in both axes. And then you can just sit there and like draw, like I'm gonna draw like a lighter section here. And like you see the tile, how it acts, but it like doesn't, loud noise outside. But like you can draw things like super untiled, but like this is the actual tiled area and it just repeats. So you can see how poorly it tiles. So this is really handy. I highly recommend this. Yeah, I thought about making a video that's like goes through all of my thoughts and like pain points of using Go for game dev. So I might do that here soon. I wrote up a little script for it the other day. So, but yeah, there's a lot of like small weird things. And honestly, a lot of them come down to just like not being able to manage your memory as well as I would like. So I was really excited for arenas to come out, but they I think they ended up not doing them. So yeah, a lot of my pain would go away if I used like someone else's rendering library, or I didn't have to write a big library to do this thing. I didn't have to do like serialization as complicated way. I'll try generating textures with a variant of wave function collapse, have a couple hundred textures that also have tiled edges, multiple refinement levels. Sounds interesting. I'm not familiar with that at all. Yeah, this will work. This is gonna be like a background though. That's not like I'm just kind of experimenting here. Okay, that worked. We just need to do what? This needs to be full screen. Yeah, this just needs to be full screened. And then put in the background layer. I'm glad we used the regular rendering pipeline. Oops. So let's go ahead and add a component to this. One thing I will say though, I complain a lot about like the building of things, like because you build something from scratch and then like it ends up having some problem. But like I've learned so much building this stuff. It also helps you understand like why other library authors did stuff the way that they did. Like you see it and you're like, oh, they did that because like it's really complicated otherwise. Or like it doesn't, or like it messes up the API in this other weird way. So like I've definitely learned a lot building this project, which has been really interesting. There's just sometimes when like I really don't want to work on rendering code, but then I'm stuck working on rendering code, you know? Or like my game doesn't run on Chromebooks very well. So like now I have to like figure out how to optimize my OpenGL code even more. It's like little things like that. And probably the most difficult thing is my rendering code doesn't work on, or like my rendering library doesn't work on this other person's computer. I'm looking at you, Roger. Reinventing the wheel gives you a great understanding of how and why the wheel works. Yeah, very true. It's just hard to, I don't know. I don't know if I'd say I regret it, but I definitely could have finished this project more quickly if I did it a different way. I'm liking WGPU, still a level in absolute control, but abstracts for different backends. That's nice, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, let's scale it up. So we allow a component that just full screens a sprite. Or can I make a sprite effect that does this? I might be able to do that. First, let's take our shader though. Sprite repeat. I'm gonna change this to 0.7 again, just so we can see through it. To make sure the parallax looks okay. Or let's do this actually. Let's remove it. We'll remove it from the town. We'll put it into the tutorial level because this is what I originally drew it for. Town prefabs. We'll put this on a background layer though. I think I'm gonna put it on tile map base. Yeah, WebGPU seems pretty cool though. The problem with me is I'm just like, I don't really like enjoy, like this was cool to build, you know, because I like kind of understand rendering stuff now, but I I really don't enjoy like optimizing OpenGL code. It's just really hard to profile and understand why things are slow. And I don't have very much intuition for it either, which just makes it even more painful. Like for normal code, I can be like, oh, this is gonna be slow because like the algorithm's bad or the data's super sparse or something like that. But for GPU code, I'm just like, I don't know why. Like I feel like I'm not drawing that many triangles. Like why does it take so long? I'm just not sure like where the bottleneck is, I guess. In a lot of cases. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we're gonna move this to the, let's open up the editor. One thing I wish I did better though, when I started this project was I wish I tried to abstract things earlier on, if that makes sense. Like, cause I think at least trying to abstract them, not like spending tons of time to make sure it's like exactly perfect or what you need, but just like trying to put things in like a reasonable library and like making them a little generic enough so that they're like reusable. Which is a little bit harder, but I think it pays off in the long run. Like I have so many clamp functions in my code base. I probably have like 3 different clamp functions. And then I eventually put it in like a math library that I wrote and it's like, perfect. Now I can just use this. Okay, let's put this here though. Why is that there? I can't see these. I think that what happened is oh, it's stuck to my cursor. That's why I can't see it. Okay. Yeah, there's some, oh, it's just because it's hidden by the depth. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess it doesn't matter that much, does it? We'll just put it over here. We'll do this. I'm gonna put it down here because it should tile indefinitely. Like that's the goal. I had the day off today and I have no idea. Oh, nice. Oh, you had no idea. Congrats. Lucky you. National holidays be sneaky like that? What holiday is it? Or you must not be. Wait. Is it Memorial Day? No, that's next week. Oh wait, let's log out so we can go as a guest and join the tutorial. It's so weird that I need to add more render layers. That's just all I have to do. Because these are on the particles are on the same layer, so sometimes they show up in front of it, but the depth point is like here on this texture. So the ones below it show on top of it, but the ones above it don't. Also, it's very strange that it's showing up here. When I place it down here, I'm not really sure why that is. So I think what we need to do though is we just need to scale this to the screen every single time, which also probably means moving it, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's build a component to do that next. So we'll just attach a component to this and oh yeah, I was gonna see if I could do a sprite effect for this. Client FX. New effect. start scale, end scale. I think this is just too complicated. I don't want to deal with setting this up. I think I could get this to work though by just having the, but then I have to have something that takes the camera screen bounds. So we'll just make a new component. All right, so we'll do type, screen fill struct. I'm gonna call it camera screen fill, I guess. I'll just call it screen fill. I don't think it matters that much. I'm trying to think of what I would, like what else I would do, but I think that all I need to do is this. Maybe there's gonna be some like offset or whatever, but we'll figure that out later. I wanted to go to, do this, cod component. And then we can go to town and add this component. VFX dot screen fill. All right, sorry, I had to feed my cat. All right, so I'll have this component. Then we need to make a system that uses this component. And let's just put it next to wherever we put this system. Oh, we need to register the other one too. Screen fill, and we go here. Oh, this is in particle. I'll put this in fx.go for the client. I'm trying to think here. Would I change the transform? Would I just change the sprite? I'll probably just change the sprite. So we'll do sprite and we'll do this. All right, this will be update screen fill system. So this will basically loop through everything that has a sprite component and a VFX screen fill component. And all we're gonna do is do window.playerCam.position, or we need the transform as well, don't we? Because we'll set the transform to the global transform. All right. gt.pause is this. It is weird because I have to change the uniform. I think it'll be okay though. Okay, so we'll do this. Well, do I have to change the uniform? I'm thinking, what if I just scale the quad larger than, instead of trying to fit it to this exactly the screen, couldn't I just attach it to the player? Oh no, the parallax is going to, yeah, this is going to be a little bit confusing, isn't it? So I'm just thinking here. I want to change. Yeah, I don't want to do this. because it's already attached. It's going to be a parallax, so it's already the transforms are going to get updated that way. I think all I want to do is I want to change the geometry of the sprite to fit the screen. Sorry, win.playerCam. I think I can do bounds. And maybe I do world space rect. I have a math function that I can use to fill, or at least it will calculate the matrix we need. Thank you, Najord the Great. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. I guess let's draw this. We have a sprite. We have a camera. We need to take this rectangle, fill it to this rectangle. The problem is it's going to zoom it in, and then we set the uniform to counteract the zoom, so it repeats instead of zooming. I guess that's all we have to do, huh? I guess it works. I don't know. Let's try that though. What's up? Where am I? I'm using just OpenGL. OpenGL and GLFW. Let's look at GLM. Rect. I know I have a fill function. Maybe it's called a rect draw. No, because that scales. I need to make a fill function. This scales X and Y separately, but I want to scale. I want to scale it, the X and Y the exact same. Yeah, very bare bones. Which has been fun to learn, but it's got its trade-offs, I guess. Dun, 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 dun. Scaled to fit, fit int. Maybe I should make a fill function. I guess I want fill scale, which is the exact same thing as this, except for to fill rect R inside rect 2. We'll just do max. Okay. We have cam rect. Then we have sprite dot bounds. No, we want to do world space bounds, which is I don't remember. Sprite bounds. Oh, this bounds is right. Okay. And then we'll do glm.fill scale. We just want to calculate the scale, what we need to use. Or no, it's not glm, it's sprite bounds. .fill scale to cam rect. How'd you build your loop handling system? Event loop style. Event loop style. No, there's in GLFW there are like on key down, on key up, events you handle, and then you basically just track every frame of what input is active, how it's active. I assume when you say event loop, you mean like, oh, this key was just pressed down and it's like all streams through to something. I don't do that. So I basically kind of like pull each key bind every frame. All right, fill scale. Wait a second. If I'm gonna change, yeah, actually I want sprite bounds. I don't want this, because I want to do sprite dot scale is like this. Let's see what happens. I kind of don't think this is gonna work, but we'll see. And the scale is going to be right, but it's not going to be, the geometry is not going to be the right. Like I genuinely just want to set the quad. Maybe it's easiest just to build a sprite every frame. How was your opinion and skills in CPP? I've done a little bit of C++. That was like one of the first languages I learned. I wouldn't say I'm like a great C++ engineer though. It's not even scaling. Oh, oh, I know what it is actually. I forgot to add that to my factory. So we'll have to do this. Looks like GLFW implements event loop. Yeah, so I in my code I handle events coming from GLFW and then I track the state based off of that. That way from like a user code, you just write like is key down, is key up, is key just pressed, stuff like that. Boom, 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 boom. Because I think the component wasn't going to be added. I think the scale will be right. I don't know. Yeah. I guess I could rebuild the sprite every single time. Yeah, like see how it's scaling? It's scaling correctly. It's just the geometry is wrong. Like it's scaling in on 0, 0. It's not scaling in on this. Also, it seems like it's, or maybe it is correct. I'm trying to look at the width. Yeah, I think the width is scaled correctly. But I feel like what I really want to do is I just want to set the geometry to exactly the window. Do you use UDP in your network implementation? I use WebRTC because I'm making a browser-based game, so that's like the only way to get UDP in browser. Other than now, there's web transport, which is kind of new. I haven't moved to that yet, but WebRTC works fine, and I fall back to WebSockets if the browser or network doesn't support WebRTC. So if I made this scale to exactly the screen, the like window, how would I set the UV coordinates? The repeat rect would be the exact same. I would just want the UV coordinates to be like world space. Vector spaces get me sometimes. Trying to think here. If I make this the geometry, I could just take the world space point, convert it to I could take the world space point, convert it to the, what would I convert it to? It's like maybe you multiply it, maybe you convert it to camera, screen space, and then divide by the texture size to get it to UV coordinates. Because all you really want is these to sample in like a normalized way, regardless of where they are. But it's based off of world space. But then it's parallaxed too. But the parallax just changes the world space position of these. Because doesn't this parallax? This isn't parallaxing at all, or it is? Yeah, it's parallaxing with the particles. So it's mostly targeted for browsers? Yeah, I mean, the main game's playable on browser at mythfall.com, but I have a desktop build. I have a Steam like playtest going on right now. So people play it through desktop. I just still use WebRTC for the desktop API because it works. Actually, I don't think it's being... No, it looks like it's parallaxing just a little bit. Yeah, exactly. But there are some desktop protocols that I think I could probably just slap in there and they would work. And I probably will eventually, but for now, this works just fine. Yeah, it's definitely parallaxing. What are you trying to scale? I'm trying to figure out how to set the, oh, that's kind of weird. Or hold on a second, maybe that is correct. Like if you zoom in, would I want it to scale? Probably not. So that's good because it's inversing the camera. I'm trying to add this repeated background to my code. And I get repeating. I just need to scale the quad to the screen space. But it needs to be in... It's like when it draws, it needs to... There's just a lot of different vector spaces and I'm getting like super lost in them. Because it's a child of this parallax. But then it's also like a child of what the camera sees the world to be. But it's really that I think the right way to think about it though is that there is a world space or I think the way to think about it is there's a world space position that I want to render. And I need to decide what UV coordinate that's going to be. And that UV coordinate is going to depend on the position of this. I wonder if I move this up. Well, yeah, if I move it up, it's not going to. Like if I just attach this to the player, it's just going to slide this with it, right? Because it's going to move the UV coordinates. But it's like I need the UV coordinates to come from the world, not from wherever this thing is placed. But then I need them also to come from where it's parallaxed to. So I need them to come from the parallax space then, I guess. Maybe that's all I have to do. I guess I could clear this every frame and draw a new one. The repeat rect is going to be this exact same though. I almost wonder if the zoom, I wonder if this was the wrong approach. It worked for the other case, but I think it requires me to anchor to like 0, 0. I don't think it'll work for. Let's just try this. Let's just experiment a bit. Game.load, I think. Maybe it's load. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do sprite.clear. I think that's a function, right? Yeah, and then we'll do bg sprite dot draw. Do I do cam rect? We'll clear the sprite and we'll draw it every time based off of what the camera has. Because it is world space, so this should fill the quad on the screen every single time. The only downside is now the UV coordinates are going to be wrong. But I think if I set the scale, or no, it's going to be the size of the window, but it's not going to be the right position still. And that's the part that's kind of strange. It's like the rectangle's correct. Or would it be correct? Because it's like this entity's here. I'm just going to clear this. This entity's here. I should see what it looks like. Very strange. But I think that's this, right? It's this thing's here. Then we have a camera over here. But this isn't really like I'm drawing a sprite. It's like I want to spawn geometry. That looks like this. And I want to have the UV coordinates come from the parallax space. But maybe that can be simplified by just having the UV coordinates come from the world space and then shifting this based off of the parallax space. That could do it. That could be all that I need to do. These will be 2 triangles. But then I have to like basically make a geometry thing. I don't know if I have a way to do that, do I? Like change the UV coordinates of my sprite, because it's something that I never expected I'd ever have to do, but it kind of makes sense in this sense. Because I basically created this texture that is like an infinite texture, right? Because I have this repeating thing going on. And so now I don't really want the UV coordinates of the texture, because I just want the UV coordinates of like wherever I'm drawing to. It's just so it feels so backwards to think about it that way, but I think that's kind of how it is. It's like I may as well just say this is this is pixel 100, 100, and then it's like, oh, well, this pixel 100, 100 is over here on the texture sheet, but it just gets renormalized into here, and then it works. But at the end of the day, I need to draw a quad to the world. Yeah, at the end of the day, I need to draw a quad to the world. And the size of the quad needs to be the size of the screen. The window bounds in world space, which is this. The problem is I'm doing it this way, but then I'm offsetting it based off of that. Let's remove the parallax for now, just so it's simpler. Where are you? Refab town. All right, we'll remove the parallax. I just want to see if it just works. I do wonder if I really feel like that should work. I don't know why it would go backwards. Oh, it's scaled up by 4 though. Did it rebuild? Let me just restart. It just finished rebuilding something, so I'm worried it's this one. Okay, now it's at least anchored to the camera. It is weird that it's... Huh. I'm actually not sure why the quad would be down there. BG sprite, rect draw. Oh. I think because the place I placed it at is 0, 0. Or sorry, is not 0, 0. So it ends up getting a weird offset. I wonder if I just do VFX parallax, I'll just set 0, and then it's going to take the camera position, scale it by 0, which should just bring it to 0, 0. That might be a good compromise. That way it'll be zeroed. All right. Let's let this rebuild, then I can launch it. Then it should be a quad drawn to our screen. I just think that when I draw it this way, I want to specify the geometry more precisely. So I have to make a special function for this. You can even see when it moves, it's like there's a little, we can just pad. We can just pad. But we want to walk past this. We don't want this background to be fixed like that, right? Wait a second, if I do parallax 1, what would it do? I guess we can just wait for it to reload. I wonder what it's going to do. I guess it'll go inverse of the camera. Yeah, it's just doing this now. That's fine though, because we can do this, and then we'll do Yeah, I think when I have this sprite though, I think the BG sprite, I want it to, it's like I want to rebuild this sprite into something else. Let's just see what we can do. Let's see what functions we have. So I can set the origin. I could set the texture bounds. I wonder if that's all I really need to do. I set the texture bounds to the world space rect as well. What do I use this for? Background image. Oh, for the mini map. Yeah, so then we set the texture bounds to the world space rectangle. I don't know, let's see. It's gonna be some trial and error for this, I think. My cat just brought me a washcloth. Like it's a rat he just got or something, but it's just a washcloth. Now it's being, oh, it's weird that it, going up and down, it does this, but then going left and right, it doesn't parallax at all. Wait, why would it do that though? Oh, maybe because it's inverted on the, what's it called? It's inverted on the y-axis. Right, is it? Yeah, so we're going down when we have to be going up. I think we're getting close though. Can I just do this? Scale y? -1? All right, scale xy. How is that not a function? Scale? Scaled? Scaled xy, okay. And then 0 or 1 for the x, -1 for the y. All right, let's try this. So now the UV coordinates are a world space, but they're gonna get repeated in the shader, and then the vertex positions are also world space, like they're the same exact thing. The UV coordinates are the vertex positions. Oh no, it's backwards again. It's weird, this one works, but this one doesn't. It's funny, you can see on the edges how it like, it's so... Obviously we would just add some padding and that should fix that, but... I bet I'm not returning... No, I mean, this does seem right. Because this returns a rectangle. Oh, this is a bad function. Center scaled XY is what I actually want. Scaling rectangles is such a weird thing. Because you have like this origin point and then you have like this rectangle. So if you scale this, then it ends up like this is the rectangle. It ends up doing this. when in reality, I want it to rotate around this. I want it to be that, you know? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Now I wonder if we add the parallax back, if it'll look okay. Where are you, parallax? Town prefab. Let's do 0.5 just so it's a lot. Or no, wait. We'll do 0.1. That way it's a lot. Sorry, it's got to rebuild, so it's building now. Then it'll hot reload. Unless okay, it's still there. Obviously there's some depth issues with this particle system, but do. I swear, one day I'm just going to go through and clean up this package that blocks my builds. Okay, that's interesting. It's parallaxing now, but the position is going to be wrong now. Or sorry, it's not even parallaxing, is it? The parallax effect is being added, but now I need to shift it down when I draw it based off of the parallax effect. Man, it's just such a lot of weird, when I draw this, dot moved, and I can just do gt.pause. I mean, it's really not the right, it's not exactly this because like you could scale your transform and then this is going to be wrong. Rotating is unlikely, but I guess you could rotate too. But we're not doing any of that stuff. That stuff's all one. So that's okay. We can get it working first, and then we'll clean it up. Am I going the wrong way? I think I just added it when I should have subtracted it. I cannot tell if it's parallaxing though. I don't think it is, because it looks like it's moving at a different speed than this. I guess because I'm perfectly offsetting the parallax now. Actually, I think I realize what it is. I want the UV coordinates to be parallaxed. And I even remember saying this. So we'll flip it and then we'll do this. But the position that we draw it to on the screen also needs it actually. Okay, hold on. Okay. Because we're parallaxing it here. Then we want to keep the parallax on. But wouldn't we keep center scale? I'm actually not sure why it wouldn't. Because I'm moving it there. I don't know, we'll see. This might just need to be moved by GT pause. I'm not sure. Actually, that looks like it's parallaxing now. Yeah, see how the little things are moving out? It's kind of hard to tell, but they're moving with the particles because they're parallaxed at the same thing. But before, the background was moving more. Yeah, you can tell it really well there. Because if it wasn't parallaxing, these wouldn't move relative to this at all. Okay, that's what that is. I was wondering why that was. Okay. Now we just need to scale up the uniform. I wonder if I should set that and it should just be... I'm actually curious which direction goes which way. Let's set it to 8 and see if it gets larger. Are there any Godot games for mobile? I'm sorry, I don't know of any. I'm sure there are. I think Godot builds to mobile. Okay, that one made it smaller. I wonder if I just set this to 1. If that's the right play, because now we're not really accounting for this. We're just saying we want this world space coordinate. And I can use this to scale up the texture size, I guess, but I can do that with the rectangle as well. Like I can scale this instead, this rectangle. Nice, nice, nice. I probably should just pad this. I would need to pad both of them. I guess I'd just pad it here. Pad all. It's hard because I don't know. I'm actually confused on why this would need to be padded. Where do I call this system in the system chain? Is that the very start? Actually, where do I update camera? Physics, add render. Wait a second, hold on. Add plugin. Add input, add physics, add render. Wait a second. Add plugin render systems. I must do it in here somewhere. Yeah, here. Then we have update camera. Does this do the final drawing? I don't think it does. Teleport effect. Dun, 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 dun. So I think we add these. Here. That way they're done after the camera updates. I think that'll make the, because I think what's happening is I'm taking the camera bounds, I'm setting the quad size to fit those camera bounds, but then I'm updating the camera because the camera like moved over a little bit. So now the quad is in the wrong spot. So if we update the camera first, then it should fix this. I think it should do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see any like, because before there was these like black things on the edges. Let's do this. Kit. Get some speed boots on, we'll run. Yeah, I don't see any, there's a little bit, there's like one. That might be a depth problem though. No, it's definitely moving. Not ideal, but I think I could pad it a little bit and then be done with that, I'm pretty sure. So let's pad that rectangle. It's a little bit of a hack, but I'm not really sure. I'm gonna put this on a new line. Kind of a hack to I think it is just related to the systems being slightly out of order, but Cool, this works though. We now have parallax backgrounds and any layer rounds. There's a depth buffer issue here where some of these aren't showing, but we can solve that in the future. Pretty good. This isn't the texture I want to use. This was just like a demo texture, but still. That actually works pretty well. Yeah. And this would be easy to animate too, because it's just a sprite. So I can just put an animation on it and it would animate through all of the frames. But yeah, this is only like a 64 by 64. So I can just add multiple frames to this. Oops. And it should work. Like that's the entire sprite is this part. Let's try to do a water effect. Bear with me. Oh wait, no, I'd have to, sorry, I'm just thinking through what I need. I'd have to move this to a different, like it's definitely doable. Oops. Let's do this. Let's make it a circle. I just think it's going to be a little bit, Like I have to make this an idle. But I think I just have to do something like this. Wait a second, why wouldn't that work? I could also just add a scroll to it. I don't need to animate the frames. I could just add a scroll, because what I was thinking of doing was just like moving this over here and then this is such a weird. Okay. Did I do this right? I might have done this wrong. No, actually, I think it's working. Okay, I guess that'd be the general idea. Obviously when I rebuild, it's not going to work because it's the wrong. It's not set up to be an animation. This would be nice back at like town or something, I think. Because right now the background, it's just a blue background, like it's just a fixed blue background. But if I did like a little water effect, that could be nice. Yeah, I don't know if it's better to do an animation or just scroll it. Because I could just do something like this where I just like slowly scroll. That might look bad though. It might look better just to do an animation. Or I could probably do some kind of like noise function thing and pass it through. But that would be more complicated, obviously. But yeah. Anyways, I think that's going to be the end of the stream today, everybody. We got a good amount done though. Got our whole repeated background system working. Uh-oh. Maybe we've got a few bugs to work through. This is the sprite sheet. A few bugs to work through still, but we're getting there. Wait, why did that happen? That's so strange. I might have hot reloaded something. It's funny that's like clouds. Anyways. That'll do it for the stream today. I hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, I'll stream again soon. And I hope to see you all next time. But yeah, take care everyone. Have a good day. Do